Radio check. Alrighty. Does look like we're 5x5. Excellent. Alright. It's good to be back. It's been a little bit, but life is busy. Trying to keep up with those finances. The flight instructor life in the winter is not great. Not a lot of hours, so you got to take a second job just to keep up, and then you got to take extra hours at that second job that doesn't pay as much, and it's a great time. But I found some time to stream tonight, at least. We'll see how much time I get in the near future as well. So for today, we're doing 2 planes in 1 stream. We are starting with a quick little hop from the Buffalo Niagara International Airport to the Detroit Wayne Metro Airport. And then we're going from Detroit to Minneapolis. And this is 2 flights that someone I know very well was on recently, so I decided to rock with these for this stream. We are on Flight Sim 2020 for this one for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I have the scenery for Buffalo and Minneapolis in this sim. Number two, I am flying the 737-900 ER for the first time on stream, so we'll see how that goes. No tail strikes. But that's only in 2020, it's not on 2024, so I figured I'd keep on the same sim for the purpose of efficiency. And third reason is I did the CRJ in 2024 the last time I streamed, and it's getting better, and I'm kind of impressed with the overall increase in performance, but I still seem to have some stability issues. The main thing was I was getting disconnected from VATSIM multiple times throughout that flight, and I think it has something to do with just 2024 and the workload that it puts on my PC and trying to keep up with things like that. Also, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, the workload, it was disconnecting me from VATSIM, and then there was something else, but I totally forgot about it. But I just want to see if playing 2020 just in general would be more stable and I can not get disconnected from VATSIM. So, yeah, there you have it. Anyway, Buffalo to Detroit, CRJ-900. We are SkyWest Flight 3599 today, and we are going to be dealing with some interesting weather along our route. Buffalo to Detroit's going to be a little bit rough. We're dealing with at least wind shear confirmed in the Detroit area. There's multiple PIREPs out for that. In Buffalo, no confirmed wind shear yet, but wind shear is in the forecast per the TAF, and something tells me even if it is active or not, it's still going to be a little bit bumpy. So we're going to be dealing with some weather. Cruise is looking a little bit better for Detroit to Minneapolis, but we're still probably going to deal with some lower altitude turbulence because there is wind shear in Minneapolis as well currently. Young Musher, hey, long time no see, mate. How's it been? It has been all right, my friend. Like I said in the intro, I am not getting as many hours as a flight instructor because the winter where I live is pretty, let's just say it doesn't make it easy. So I've been working as a line tech again on the side, and I've been doing more hours as a line tech just to keep up with the bills. So not a lot of time to stream or anything, but other than that, it's actually been going really well. I did get a brief break last week. My girlfriend came to visit me, and we had a good time. We saw a bunch of Christmas lights and made cookies and stuff like that, so I had a good time. How are you, good sir? It is very nice to see you in my stream again. Alright, while I'm waiting for that response, we'll get into the flight deck and we will get ourselves ready to go. Alright, so first things first, we will get rid of the activity banner for now so you can see what it is I'm doing. We'll get the camera on and we'll see if my tree is visible in the background. Yes, it is. Happy holidays. Sweet. Alright. Now, first things first is we're going to bring power to the aircraft by coming up top here, if I remember the correct camera controls. Alright, so we're going to turn on the power. We're going to get the APU door open, and we should see APU invite, LCV door. Yep, all that came on, so we can start the APU. And then we'll monitor the gauges here as that spools up. So the RPM's coming up, the EGT is coming up, and it's staying in the green. That's what I like to see. No hot starts on the APU, please. Right on, everything is performing nicely. And once we get enough power, we should see our screens all flash on. Look at that, everything is on. Excellent. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get all the lights going so I can actually see what it is I'm doing in this plane. Okay, and then we got two sets of lights over here. We'll turn on this one. The floodlight can come on to one. And then we'll just, for the fun of it, turn the right side on as well if I can find where to drop the yoke. There we go. Right on. Looks good to me. Alright. Let's go up top and start our flows. Been good, man. Starting my training for airport security, so life's been amazing ever since, to be honest. I also bought Beyond ATC, and I can say I'm not 100% happy with it. That's very interesting. Beyond ATC, it's a good concept, but I hear the things like phraseology, and sometimes they like get you lost on vectoring and stuff. I hear it's probably better than the in-game ATC anything would be at this point, to be honest with you, but it still seems to have some flaws that definitely need to get ironed out. I don't know. I was debating on getting something like that or not, but I would like to see it a little more improved before I actually purchase it myself. But congratulations on the airport security job. So is that like the UK version of TSA, like you're checking people's like bags and stuff before they get into the terminal? Right. Come up top here. All right, so DC service is off. We're not getting ground power. We're good there. These lights are all extinguished up here. Generators are all in the auto position. Actually, I do believe that this plane had an update, so I'm curious if the Fire X detection works yet. No. Yeah, that should have done something. Still not functional. That's alright though. Hydraulic SOVs are extinguished and guarded. That's good. We'll get the nav lights on and the logo light on so the ground crew knows that we are powered on. Fuel pumps can stay off for now. Bleed air normal. Bleed valves auto. ISOL valve is closed, but it is automatic. Bleed source, both engines. APU is on and available, and it's running. Love to see it. Engine start switches are all extinguished. Ignition switch extinguished. Hydraulic switches will leave off for now. Normal policing, but for the airport itself, so dealing with troubling people coming in or out of the airport. Oh, wow, okay. That's actually pretty sweet. How, if you don't mind me asking, how did you manage to get a gig like that? That's actually pretty cool. Alright, we'll check the landing elevation at our destination airport today, Detroit. So we're looking 645, so we'll set the cabin pressure to 640. And then we'll confirm that that's 640. Yes, it is. Sweet. Come back up top here. Alright, cool. So, these switches, the emergency depress is extinguished and guarded. Good. Pressure continuous is extinguished. That's good. Packs can come on. Recirc fan is on. Sweet. All these lights are extinguished. We're not doing anything manual. Anti-ice can stay off for now. The detection test. See if anything comes up here. It does not. So ice detection. It's probably working. The test button just probably doesn't function if I were to take a wild guess. Windshield heat can go on low. Probes can stay off for now. Dome light will keep on, and all the other lights are good. We don't need any taxi lights or anything like that yet. ELT is armed. Passenger oxygen is extinguished and guarded. Good. No smoking and seatbelt signs will get turned on, and the emergency lights can go to arm. I've got near 10 years experience at the airport, so I know it inside out, basically, and I was speaking to someone who was airport police, and they are looking for people, so I applied. Oh, wow, that's actually amazing, dude. Like, honestly, congrats. That's a really sweet gig. I am very, very happy for you, and I just hope that you have overall a good experience with people behaving. Alright, so today's cruise altitude is flight level 300. We have no ATC on the line, so we'll just go ahead and set the altitude bug on the autopilot to flight level 300. 300 it is. Heading bug. Winds today are favoring runway... they're honestly favoring runway 14. But we could definitely... We're going to take runway 23, so we'll set the heading bug to 230. Going to have to be able to see my screen here to get that. So we'll take runway 23. The winds aren't so aggressive that they exceed any crosswind limits, so no worries there. Speed we'll just worry about when we get climbing. So the autopilot is set. The next thing I want to do is set the altimeter. Altimeter is, 299 standard. Nice. So we can just leave that right there. Excellent. Alright, we'll come down here to the upper pedestal. These all look good. The horn is extinguished. Sweet. Anti-skid is armed. Excellent. Test the bay overheat. That works. Warn fail. Okay, so the test, that is good. We can light up the plane like a Christmas tree, seeing as how it is the season. Look at that. All these lights work. Excellent. I'm going to get this guard up while I'm thinking about it. Oh, you know what I should do is put the IRSs to nav mode. I should have done that first, because on the CRJ, that takes quite a while. Oops. Alright, so we'll get the lamp test off. Everything looks good here. Ground proximity, lights are extinguished. Awesome. We'll go ahead and arm the reversers on the ground here. Everything else, throttles are cut off, speed brakes stowed, flaps are up. Love to see all of that. And we'll come down here. Yeah, me too, but nervous flyers and drunk passengers are always around. Yeah, dude. Well, nervous flyers, I'm sure you can handle that just fine. I bet you would be able to explain to them how a lot of things work. I have no doubt on that one. But drunk passengers, yeah, they're a problem. Here in the U.S., man, it's like an epidemic at this point. It's kind of ridiculous. So good luck with that, and stay safe. You flying on VATSIM? Yep, we're on VATSIM today, but no one is online, so we're going to be on CTAF for at least the majority of this flight. But Minneapolis Center typically is on at night. There's one guy in particular that staffs it quite often after hours, so I think there's a decent likelihood that I'll be able to get some ATC from Detroit to Minneapolis. Alright, cool. So TCAS, we won't test that until the IRS is aligned, so we'll just come back. That's good for now. Our squawk code is good. One thing I should have done was actually sign on to vPilot so I can get my auto ATC PDC, which is right there. Okay, so today's squawk code is 4524, so we're going to set that in there. 4524. Alright, 4524, good, and we'll just turn that into ATC 1 so the standby disappears, so we are no longer in standby mode, we are mode C. All of the volume knobs are good where they are. Our radar screen, we don't need radar for this particular flight, no precipitation expected along the way. Our standby radio, we'll go ahead and put in standby mode. Stab trim and Mach trim will all engage. These are in nav mode. The IRS knob's good. Lighting's good. Yaw damper. We need the IRSs to align first. And everything else looks pretty solid. The cargo Fire-X lights are all extinguished. Landing gear extension and ADG are all stowed. Good. And emergency flap deploy is in the normal position, so that's good. Alright. So the first thing I'm going to do right off of the bat here is set the position so the IRSs can work a little quicker at aligning. So we're at the Buffalo Niagara International Airport, so we'll put that as our reference, but we will go to next page and set our GNSS 1 position right here, and then let the IRSs align and do their thing. One thing, we'll hold the voice recorder for 5 seconds, wait for the green light, which we get, so the voice recorder is working, and I believe everything over here is good. Let's go ahead and test the oxygen while I'm thinking about it. That works a-okay. And we'll go to our performance page. I already set the I don't set the what do you call it? Oh yeah, I set the performance before I started the stream. If I could actually like think, that'd be nice. So we should have our V speeds all loaded for us. I don't see it on. That's all I would track it. Oh yeah, I just signed in. I totally forgot to do that, but I'm on now. I'm my call sign is SkyWest 3599. If you would like to track me, I am at the Buffalo Niagara Airport, Kilo Bravo Uniform Foxtrot. Alright, so let's go ahead and start our V speeds. So we'll start with the VREFs, or the reference speeds. V1 is 142. Okay, 142. We'll go to VR, which is 143. Okay. Then we'll go to V2, which is 154. And then we'll go to VT, the target speed, which is 202. 202. Now, one thing that we're going to try and do a little bit better on this stream is manage the autopilot. I don't know if maybe it was because the performance of 2024, or maybe it was just me, but the autopilot had some problems after departure on my previous flight. So maybe it's the sim, maybe it's me. Probably a little mix of both, to be quite honest with you. Cool. So now let's go to the FMS, and we will start putting in information. Our flight plan, we're going from Buffalo to Detroit, Kilo Delta Tango Whiskey. And our alternate today is Cleveland, Kilo Charlie Lima Echo, which I don't think we'll need an alternate. If anything, we might have to go around if we get a little unstable, but we'll see how I can do. We are SkyWest 3599 today, so we'll put that in the flight number down here. We are, after departure, if I could find my flight plan here, we are direct to the Buffalo DME, which I might have to delete since we're taking off runway 23, but we'll just throw it in there for now. And then from there, we're direct Donio, Delta Oscar November Echo Oscar. And then that is the beginning to our arrival, which is the Top Gun 2. You know what? I should actually put the departure in. Buffalo 8, runway 23. We'll execute that. Make sure our flight plan doesn't... Okay, there is a discontinuity, but it did keep my information, so I will be able to get rid of that discontinuity. Good. Detroit arrivals. We are doing the Top Gun 2, so we're going all the way to the bottom here. Top Gun 2. And... SimBrief has us landing on 2-1 left, so we'll do the ILS 2-1 left, and our starting transition is Donio, and we'll for now expect vectors to the ILS, but when we're in cruise, I'll take a look at the chart, and if no ATC is online, I'll see if there's a better way to do it. Cool. So we can execute that. We'll go to our legs page and get rid of these discontinuities. Execute. And this discontinuity, get rid of that, execute. Cool. So the flight plan is set. We'll do our performance. And pulling up the flight plan here, we got 84 passengers on today. Averaged at 185, that's fine. Total cargo is 4,200. People are packing heavy this time of year. We'll put our current fuel in. So we're looking at 80.95. like so. Cruise altitude is flight level 300. Put that in the top right there. We don't have an alternate cruise. I'm not really too worried about that, so we'll execute that profile, and we'll go to next page. Top of climb winds is what we'll use for our cruise, and we're looking at 270 at 6.7. So right there, and then I'm not going to worry about the climb and descent. That really only affects the VNAV profile, which this is a hand flyer. We'll do our own VNAV. Alright, so reserves, we're looking for 3254. 3254, alright, that's good. So we'll go to VNAV, and I'm going to check my flight plan here and see ideally what it has. First things first is minimum fuel for takeoff is 76.61. Oh yeah, we got plenty. We'll be up in the air before we even get close to that. Alright, so top of climb, so we should climb 290.74. That's actually a good profile. We'll keep that there. But it wants us to cruise at 291 indicated, Mach 0.77. So we'll throw that there. Then go to next page, and for our descent, we're looking for... that's pretty fast, but that's what it wants us to do. So I guess we'll do Mach 0.79. Hey, I remembered it's backwards this time. Mach 0.79 and then 299 indicated, but I might have to slow that down, which we'll figure it out when we get there. We'll just monitor our speed. So the performance profile is set, and then the only thing I have to do is set the flex temp. I did do a takeoff calculation, and we're looking for a flex temp of 38 degrees Celsius. So we'll put that in there, and we should see some purple come up here. Yes, we do. Excellent. All right, everything's looking good. Perfinet is set. VNAV is set up. Fuel management, we're looking good here. Yep, that's fine. And yep, performance is all good. Cool. So we got our performance. We have our flight plan loaded. Everything's set to go. So let's go to our checklist and just verify that everything is complete. We checked the oxygen, audio warning panel is checked, and we're good there. Electrical power. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that, actually. Probably should have done that as soon as I turned on the APU. The APU generator is working just fine. Good. We'll check the battery as well. Battery, everything is in the green. Excellent. And then that's fine for now. Yep, we'll leave it there. Alright, so fire detection, for some reason that's not working still, unless I'll try it when the IRS is aligned and see if that makes a difference. It shouldn't, but it has for everything else, like the yaw damper and TCAS tests and everything, which I believe that's normal, but, well, not the yaw damper. I believe the yaw damper is supposed to come on when the power comes on, but, you know, whatever. Fuel panel, let's go ahead and check that. Can't hurt to do an extra check. So fuel here. Everything's in the green. The APU is getting fuel. Our tanks look good. We got about 4,000 pounds on each side. Very minimal imbalance, which is what you want to see. Bleed air panel is checked. APU is checked. Start panel was checked. Hydraulic. Let's go ahead and actually turn those on now. So we'll turn the main hydraulics on, and then we'll flip the other switches to auto. And then we'll go to the hydraulic page and just verify that everything's in the green so far. Yes, it is. Okay, so hydraulics are good for now. ELT is armed. Cabin pressurization set. Air conditioning is checked. Anti-ice checked. Windshield heat is on low. Emergency lights armed. Standby compass. I didn't really actually look at that, so let's just take a peek. 330, and that seems to match. On a known heading, good. Nose wheel steering is off. Clocks set. We don't need clocks right now. We're good there. Instrument panels are checked. They are all good. Upper pedestal, thrust levers, avionics, all checked. Trims. That's a good one. So we're looking for a trim value of 6.8 degrees. So let's go back to our stat page and just set that now before I forget. So we're looking for 6.8. 6.8. There it is. All right, cool. Back to checklists. Yaw damper will engage once the IRS is aligned, and source select panel is normal, and we are in FMS 1, which is good. Alright, so the IRSs are still aligning right now, but we'll do the before start check. So passenger signs are all on. Landing elevation is set. The altimeters are set. The FMS is checked and set. IRSs are aligned and in nav mode. They're not aligned yet, but we'll double check once they do align. Radios and nav aids are all set. We're good there. We do want the Buffalo CTAF, which I do believe is 120.5, but I'm just going to double check that information. Yep, 120.5. Sweet. One thing I am going to do that I almost forgot about is I have one of those Logitech radio panels, and for some reason in the CRJ, the squawk code doesn't communicate well with it, although actually oh, okay. So I still can't change my squawk code via the Logitech radio panel, but one thing that did change is when I changed it in the plane, it actually changed it on the panel as well. So one step forward, I guess. So yeah, the squawk code's good. 120.5. I'm just going to make sure that the radio frequencies change. So yeah, it works just fine with the radio frequencies. Just not the transponder for some reason. Okay, 120.5. And since there's no ATC online, we'll just have en route CTAF on standby, 122.8. And I'm still waiting for the IRSs to align, so while we're doing that... So while I'm waiting for this, let's see. Do you see me on the VATSIM map now, Mr. Mushy? I believe you should. Yeah, I'm showing myself, so that's good. There we go. IRS is just aligned. Love to see it. So the first thing I want to do is see if the fire detection test maybe needs the IRSs, which it shouldn't, but yeah, no. Okay. So fire detection still doesn't work. We'll test the stick shakers. And those clearly work. By the way, something that I forgot to mention is I got the Boris Audio Works for the CRJ as well as the 737. They worked in 2024. I wasn't 100% convinced, though, that they were going to work here in 2020, but they do. The sound pack works for both SIMs, which I love. And clearly, it works great. Go Boris. Absolute genius when it comes to this stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and test the, we'll do the GPWS, since this is our first flight of the day. Oh yeah, it sounds a lot better already.
Wind shear, wind shear, wind shear. Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
I do believe it runs through the whole cycle.
Pull up. Terrain. Pull up. Don't sink. Don't sink. Too low, terrain. Too low, gear. Too low, flaps. Too low, terrain. Glide slope. Bank angle, bank angle. Minimums. 100. 50. 20. 10. Wind shear, wind shear, wind shear.
I feel like I didn't get all of the altitudes there.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
I do believe that completes it. I'm just waiting for the light to extinguish to confirm. At any time at which it wishes to do so. There it is. Lights extinguished. Good. Let's go down here. We'll turn on the yaw damper. And then we'll verify that it disappears from our screen. Yep, no alert for that. Good. We'll test the TCAS system. And we're looking for blips. We're looking for the red arc on the VSI. And the test pass. Sweet. And then there was one other thing on the checklist. IRSs are aligned in nav. Or no, I do actually think that was it. Cool. So now we'll go to our cleared to start page. We will go ahead and turn the beacon on. And we will remove the jet bridge. Close the door. Remove the chocks. Get our pushback tool on standby. And we're going to push straight on to Kilo. Like so. Okay, that's entered, but before we push back, let's get ready for engine start. So, APU is on, that is on, electrics were checked, takeoff data is set, doors are closed and locked, and we can actually come here and confirm. Oh, would you look at that, the door's closed. Nice. Oop. I actually wanted to go to the checklist again, so doors, yep, beacon is on, fuel pumps can come on. And hydraulic pumps are on, and parking brake will turn off when we are instructed to do so by the pushback crew. Alright, let's go ahead and push. Once again, I'll verify. No one's still online. No one's still online. Figures. Okay. So let's go ahead and request it.
Cockpit to ground. This is ground.
I'll get my headphones on, because that's where I have VATSIM and the pushback tool on. So it doesn't echo for you guys. Buffalo traffic, Skywest 3599 is gate 23 pushing back onto Kilo, facing east. Buffalo.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed. The parking brakes are set. You may lift. Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft. We are cleared for start and push. Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Okay. Brakes released.
Parking brakes are released. Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence. It will start in the sequence.
Okay, we'll just give it a few feet, make sure we're clear. Actually, we'll look around us as well. Yep, looks good to me. So we'll come up top here and we'll hold the right start for 3 seconds. You should get a pack turning off here, but we can just hear it because that's not fixed yet. N2 is rising. Once we hit 20% N2, we will introduce fuel. 20%. And listen to that, it's just like being in the plane.
Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention, as we will now display the safety features of this aircraft.
Ooh,
When
I
the
like that.
seatbelt sign is illuminated, insert the metal fittings into the buckle.
Okay,
and
pushback
tighten the
completed.
straps.
Please set your parking brake.
Brake set.
Parking brake set. Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Alright, everything's in the green. Negative hot start. Fuel pressure's good. Or sorry, oil pressure's good. Oil temp is good. Excellent.
Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect.
Alright, let's come up top here. Oop, that's the wrong key. And we'll do the same on the left side. Hold for 3 seconds.
Thank you and goodbye.
Okay. We hear the change in the pack. That's good. Alright, 20%. Get the fuel in there.
In case of a water landing, life vests are located under your seat. Secure the vest around you and pull on the red strap to inflate it. As we prepare for takeoff, please take the time to make sure your seat is upright. Your
Such a
tray
cool
table is
sound.
secured.
The sound is so good and so accurate. I love it. It's even got the wobble when the engines aren't perfectly in sync. Alright, we'll get rid of the pushback tool. Oh yeah, listen to that. Alright, look at that. We have 2 good engine starts. Everything's in the green. Negative hot start looking fantastic. Alright, so after start, generators are all on auto. We'll check the electrics real quick. Electrics, engine generators are both on. That's good. Bleed valves are on auto. Packs are on. Yep, everything is like so. APU we can turn off. Where am I? Over here. Then we'll come to the screen, verify that the doors are closed. I might actually need the stat page for that. Silly me. Alright, so the APU doors are closed. Love to see it. Anti-ice. We will turn the engine cowl ice on. We are expecting to fly into some type of cloud layer. So where are we at here? So first off, probes can come on before I forget. Cowl, anti-ice can come on. That's good. We could do ignition continuous since the anti-ice is on, just to be safe. Good. And the nose wheel steering we can arm. And then slats and flaps. So first things first, let's check the hydraulics page and just make sure everything's good there. Everything's in the green. 3,000 psi on all sides. Love to see it. Flight controls we'll check. So first things first is flaps 8. Go to the flight controls page. Alright, we got full right, full left, elevator forward, elevator aft, rudder in both directions. My rudders went sliding on me right there. Alright, so full right, full left. Alright, cool. Flight controls are free and correct. We'll go back to the stat page. Thrust reversers are armed. Flight instruments checked and brakes temp. So temp is all zeros, good. Engine instruments are all looking good. Sweet. So we are ready for taxi. We'll turn the dome light off so we don't have all of this light pollution going on. And we'll make an announcement. So you know what I did forget to do was quick pull up my charts. So you know what? Use FMS flight plan. We'll get rid of that. There we go. Airport. Put that in night mode so it's not so blinding. Okay. Oh. Yep, that's the right chart right there. Cool. So we'll go ahead and take Kilo, Delta 5, Juliet, and Alpha. So we'll just say Delta 5, Juliet, Alpha. And that's what we'll take. Okay. Buffalo traffic, SkyWest 3599 is on Kilo. We are taking Delta 5, Juliet, Alpha to runway 23, Buffalo. Alright, let's go ahead and get our taxi lights on. And parking brake can be released if I can ever find it, which I do believe I just did. And let's get ourselves ready to taxi. So Delta 5 is just off of our left over there. Oh, we do have someone on final, it looks like. And he is not on the correct frequency. So we're just going to have to watch out for him. But it does look like he's taking runway 23. So we should be just fine to cross 14. Alright, landing lights and strobes are coming on. Clear right, clear left. Buffalo traffic, SkyWest 3599 is crossing runway 14 on Delta 5, Buffalo. This CRJ really wants to go today. We might actually be on a downhill, but, you know. Alright, we're clear of 1-4. Buffalo traffic, Skywest 3599. Clear of 1-4 on Juliet, taking Juliet Alpha to runway 23. Buffalo. People still don't understand CTAF, it seems. That's alright though, that's why we always keep an eye out, we always watch. See and avoid. Alright, so again, we might expect some turbulence throughout the flight, more so in the Detroit area than anywhere else. Definitely coming into Minneapolis as well. There's actually active wind shear. There's no PIREPs that accord, well, that, you know, go with that, but it is reported in the TAF, so we're just going to be very careful and always keep a possible go-around in mind. I just realized I'm taxiing at like 25 knots the minute I look away from my screen. It's a little too fast for my taste. Alright, we do have an aircraft on final. And since he's not on the correct frequency, we are going to judge his landing very harshly. And we'll hold short of this line right here and watch him come in. And we got some distance, so checklist, before takeoff, lights and strobes will turn on before we take the runway, but we will do the manual cross flow. Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff. Transponder and TCAS are on and set. Good. Radar terrain display, we don't need it right now. CAS is checked. Let's double check that. Yep, CAS is good. We'll box the stat page. And we are looking A-OK for takeoff. Our takeoff config is confirmed OK by the aircraft itself. I kind of feel like we could have gotten out ahead of them, but it was just too close to call. We're going to be safe pilots and good pilots. What kind of plane is this? A321, is that what it said? A320, Delta 1303. Okay, a little bit on the firm side. It actually wasn't too bad. Relatively standard. And he definitely made it within the touchdown zone, so no problems there. So before I forget, we're going to come over to the throttle here. I'm going to need the dome light on for this because I cannot see that. We're going to arm takeoff mode. Toga mode. Gonna wait for him to exit the runway. Because it is ill-advised to line up and wait at an untowered field. Alright, he has exited the runway. We will clear right, clear left, and we're good for departure. Let's turn on the landing lights. And strobes, duh. And we'll turn on the wing inspection lights as well, just to be cautious of ice. We are going through a cloud layer that is below freezing. Buffalo traffic, SkyWest 3599 is taking runway 23, departing westbound Buffalo. Alright. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? And we're going to take up as much runway as we possibly can because sim brief calculations for takeoff seem to have me use almost the whole runway, and it's a little bit scary. Alright, we're lining up. Engines are going to 60% N1. Engines are stable. Toga thrust. Winds are coming from the left side, so we have a little bit of left aileron, 80 knots, cross-check. A little nose down pressure, which we'll relieve now at 100 knots, and slowly walk out that aileron as we get faster. Oh yeah, we're going to be dealing with some gusts here. I can already see it. V1 or rotate. Nice and easy. Right on. Positive rate of climb, gear up. And we'll continue runway heading for now. I'm definitely going to need to dim that screen though, because it is very bright and blurry because of the brightness. Alright, so let's go ahead and arm speed and heading mode, which I forgot to sync on the runway, but that's fine. Alright, autopilot's engaged. And now that we're at about 2,000, we'll go climb thrust. We'll go flaps 1. And we'll increase our speed to 250. We're just going to jump straight to 250. Like so. And 190 is good for me. We'll clean up the flaps. Okay, so we are at climb thrust. We are climbing at 250 knots. Currently runway heading. Oh. Oh, I'm dumb. For some reason I was thinking this was 250. It's because it's so bright that it's like blending into each other. There we go. That's a little more tolerable. We'll lower this as well. There we go. Now we can actually read what's on our screens. Alright, and with no ATC online, keeps us out of Toronto Center's airspace, so we're just going to direct ourselves to Donio. There is no traffic in the way, so let's execute that. We'll put ourselves into nav mode, and hopefully the CRJ does its thing. There we go. Looks like it's doing it. I like what I'm seeing. Engine gauges are still performing very well. Oh, we do still got clouds above us, so the cowl anti-ice is going to stay on for now. Once we get kind of straightened out with our course here, I'm going to throw another heading sync in the mix, just in case. That is 10,000 feet, so the landing lights are all coming off, and we can notify the flight attendants with the no smoking sign. And we can turn on the auto cross flow. Go to our climb checklist, cross flow auto, yep, leads and APU are exactly where we want them, and the reversers can come off like so. And CAS, double check. The only thing new that popped up was the no smoking because I turned it off and on again, so CAS is good. We'll actually box that real quick. We are boxed and we're looking good. And it does appear that we are once again straight on with our course, so we will heading sync. Alright, and we just monitor for the time being. Then once we intercept Mach 0.74, that should be where we remain on our climb speed once we get to the Mach speed levels. Plane is still climbing very nicely. We have almost a 3,000 feet per minute climb rate, which is excellent, especially with the engine anti-ice on. That's pretty good. Let's actually go ahead and dim this just a little bit too. This is also quite bright. There we go. Trying to see out the window. It looks like we're starting to get above the clouds, but they look roughly around the same level, so I'm just going to keep that cowl anti-ice on for now. Alright, even though the altimeters are 299 or 2, it does still want us to hit the standard button because we did just pass 18,000 feet. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mushy, but I do believe the flight levels begin at like 5,000 feet for half of Europe, is that right? Let's see what this sounds like on the outside. That sounds pretty good. I am all about that. Let's get a nice little wing view, shall we? nice if on the other side. There we go. Just realized that it wasn't really zoomed in enough for my taste. A little too much window background there. Nice view here. Forgive me for setting these while I stream, but I want them to be, you know, decent camera views. All right. Got some traffic off our right wing over there. Kind of curious who that is. We're looking at Jazz 788. He's climbing through flight level 220. Where am I at right now? Okay, I'm at 25. Okay, cool. So he's going to pass underneath, which is good. What's up, dude? Alright, we are getting close to our cruise altitude, so we're going to come back up front. Just monitor, and then we're going to set our cruise power so we don't overspeed. And due to the short duration of this flight, our cruise is going to be, what do you call it, short-lived. You know what I could have done was bump the speed up to 290, but that probably would have just extended our, the amount of time it takes to climb, so I'm good with keeping it 250. Just so we can get up to cruise, hang out there for a minute, catch a good view or two, if we even have enough time for two. And then descend on into Detroit. And we'll turn on the activity banner again since there's not much to do, not much to see inside of the flight deck. Oh. That just reminded me I forgot to switch to the en route CTAF. Oops. En route Unicom, I should say. Right on. 1,000 to go. Then once we level off, we're briefly going to let the aircraft speed up to Mach 0.77, which was the set cruise speed. And then we'll pull the throttles back, looking for about 1830 pounds per hour for the engines, because that usually holds our speed pretty well in this aircraft. So another thank you to YourSim CFI for all of the knowledge that he spreads on the CRJ. I learned everything I know about this plane right now from him, watching his videos. And thanks to him again for the subscription. That's actually insane. Very much appreciated. For someone like that to subscribe to me when I have less than 20 subscribers is... it's actually really nice. Dude is a real one, as they say. Alright, now we're at cruise, so we're just going to hang out for a couple minutes and turn the camera off. And we're going to enjoy some views once I get the thrust set when we're about to maintain Mach 0.77. And only a few minutes from now, we'll be top of descent, and we'll bring ourselves down to Detroit. Very short flight, but stay tuned. I'll be around. And I stopped paying attention for like 3 seconds to check something and blew right past that Mach 0.77. Oops. One thing that I should do though is get the VNav profile on the other side. There we go. And top of descent is coming in about 30 nautical miles, so very, very shortly. Surprised I'm not seeing it right here, but you know, whatever. And I'll pull up the chart on the side as well. Actually, since it is short-lived, let's just go ahead and get ourselves ready for this. So Detroit, we'll start with the arrival here. We're doing the Top Gun 2. Zoom out just a little bit here. So we just crossed over Donio. And our first altitude restriction is Wolfman, and we want to be at 280 knots at or above flight level 240. And then we maintain 280 knots, but we descend further between 11 and 14,000 to Top Gun. And then the bottom of this chart has us at 7,000, but for now, we're going to do proper step downs. And we should be good. I'm surprised I'm not seeing an actual TOD indication here, but I'm just going to watch this on the right side here. It's telling me we're about, 22 nautical miles away from the top of descent. So once that hits 0, we'll start getting ourselves down. Follow the arrival accordingly. And I do believe that because we're at a lower cruise altitude, we're sitting at about 1875 on the pounds per hour for our fuel flow with this power setting, and that seems to be keeping our speed pretty consistent here, so might actually be going down just a little bit, which is not terrible because I do want 280 knots by the time I get to Wolfman, so... I'll actually give the, oops, wrong buttons, the cowl anti-ice a break and the continuous ignition. Alright, so we'll set the altitude bug to 240. And then we're just waiting for the top of descent to approach over here, which is in 9 miles. We'll start working our way down. See if our FMC gives us any good tips on how fast to descend. We could pull that up here. Go to VNav, next page, descent info. And from right here, they want about 2,200 feet per minute descent. It's probably going to go to 23 in the next couple of miles. But let's get ourselves to 280 knots. Because that's what the arrival wants. Okay, and we'll go ahead and start our descent now. So let's do vertical speed mode. Pull those throttles back, just so we don't speed up. We'll do 2,300 feet per minute. So that's what the FMC is telling us. Speed's increasing a good chunk, so we'll pull the throttles way back. And why not get a quick wing view while we're at it? I believe that that's London, Canada. I don't think that's Hamilton. Okay, so we are doing good on the speed. Nope, that was the wrong view. There we go. I never turn the wing inspection lights off. Oh well. That's fine. It's just a light. Detroit is clear of clouds all the way up to 25,000 feet. So I'm not going to worry about icing or anything. So in all reality, we could just turn that light off, the wing inspection, and give it a break. Although, you know what? At nighttime in the sim, it gives a better view of the wing. So, just because I feel like pulling up that view every once in a while, I will. Currently right on top of Lake Erie. That's Ohio, I believe, all the way down there to the south. We do got some light next to us, and you can kind of see the snow on the ground. That's one thing I always liked about the sim, is it kind of simulates the snow that's on the ground over there. Oh, got to speed up just a little bit. Oh, you know what? The altitude cap, we passed the 240. So let's go back. Oh boy. I bet you the passengers loved that one. We only need to go 2100 now per the FMC, so that's good. The floor that we're looking for is 11,000, 11,000. It's the bottom altitude of our next waypoint. We want to maintain 280s, and we're kind of slowing down pretty heavy, so I'm actually going to increase throttle, which, oddly enough, I never really have to do. But here we are, and then something tells me I'm going to be throttle idle when I'm lower to the ground and still won't be able to slow down because, you know, physics. What are you going to do? Alright, so Auto A2C is telling me that the altimeter is 29086 at Detroit. We're going to confirm with the METAR, which is in fact correct. So 29086, and since we are going to be descending below the flight levels, we'll go ahead and set that now. 29086. Oh, and now we're going too fast. As long as we keep ourselves within like 10 knots, we'll be fine, but I try to be as precise as possible with the speed. And while I'm here, I might as well check the descent checklist. Landing elevation is set. Fuel is just fine. We got plenty. Yeah, 5365 is plenty. TCAS is set. Radar's fine. CAS, no new messages. Good. Landing data is set. Approach briefing. So we're going to be doing the approach to runway 21 left. Approach. 21 left. Scrolling down, oh, I gotta go all the way down here. ILS or localizer, 21 left. Oh, I didn't need to go that low. So the frequency is 111.5, which the FMS is automatically going to put in for us. Final approach course is 216, which is also automatic, but we'll remember those just in case. Well, not remember them, but refer to the chart. 832 is our minimums. 832, that one we will remember. Missed approach is a climb to 1,100, then passing that altitude, climbing left turn to 4,000 outbound on the Delta X-Ray Oscar 122 radial to gauge, which is 16 DME from Delta X-Ray Oscar, and we'll hold there and continue climb and hold to 4,000 because it might be close by. So this is our hold right here, and if that's the case, we will make a parallel entry and we will hold until otherwise advised. Which there is no ATC, so the field is VFR, so if we do have to go around because we're unstable due to the possible wind shear, we'll just basically treat it like a traffic pattern, because again, we are VFR. And I'll just do a VFR pattern. Well, actually, before I do that, let's go to the radar, see how many people are at Detroit. Oh yeah, Detroit's pretty empty. Yeah, Detroit's pretty empty, so we'll just do basically a VFR pattern, or as they say everywhere else, a circuit. Oh, totally forgot, we're below 18,000 feet, so we gotta notify the flight attendants of final descent. We'll get rid of the activity banner, and we'll turn on the video device. Christmas tree. And then the next floor in this arrival is going to be 8,000 feet. We can slow our descent rate by 100 feet per minute, so we're just going to do that. Because ideally, I want to hit 1,000 just past Top Gun, so we don't have to, you know, do the full step down thing and level off every time. Make one more of a continuous descent. And actually, one thing I do need to do is check the CTAF frequency for Detroit. It's 135.0. Get that on standby. Okay, 135.0 is on standby. Right on. And, oh, you know what? We want to be at 280 here, but on the arrival, we're going to want to go down to 250 once we hit 10,000. And since we're coming up on the airport, I don't want to reduce the range yet. The end of this arrival is actually relatively distanced from the airport. You would be getting vectors, but there is no ATC on the line. In all honesty, oh, you know what? Oh, I went way too far down on the altitude floor. Well, let's start our descent, and we'll fix that later. So I did wind up having to do the step down anyway. And we'll just do 1,800 feet per minute, because we don't really need to go down much faster than that. And we're going to slow down to 250 knots, because we are approaching 10,000 feet. Feet, excuse me. And we'll use speed brakes to help us slow down, because we're approaching 10,000 and we're hauling just a little bit. Landing lights will all come on. And we are slowing down, which is good. And we're going to want to be at 7,000 feet by the time we hit the waypoint after this next one. So let's go ahead and put that down to 7,000. Oh man, I overshot again. Oh, you know what? I never fixed it. That's why. Okay, nope. We're going to go to 8,000. Oops. That was a mistake. I'm looking like a real pro here. Oh. But that's alright, because we'll just keep going down to 8,000. Can actually increase that descent rate just a little bit. We'll go back to 250 knots. Okay, now we can go down to 7,000. Oh man, all these passengers are about to get real seasick. All this stepping down. And we'll hit 7,000 pretty much right at that waypoint, which is good. You know what I should do? Let's double check the speeds here. So we want to be at 210 at Ghost. Ghost Rider, I get it. That's a negative Ghost Rider. Okay, so we're not that far from the airport now, so I will zoom in on this. And then 250 is good here, but we are going to want to slow down to 210. So let's throttle back. Yeah, and the plane, of course, really crappily made that turn, but that's fine, because we're dealing with fly-by points, but the last waypoint here, Rider, is a fly-over. So we're going to want to make sure that the aircraft actually flies over that point. We want to get as close to 210 knots as possible. And we'll just hit a heading sync. We'll stay at 7,000 until we cross Rider. And then one thing I am going to do is I'm going to get rid of these vectors right here, because we can actually go direct to the beginning of the ILS over there. So that would actually put us at a really nice intercept angle. Excuse me. Alright, so we're going to go direct to Nesby at 3,000 and then go down to 2,000. We could stay at 3,000 and intercept the glide slope from here. That should get us within our altitude restrictions easily. But just in case, we'll make sure we don't go below 2,000. Okay, so we're holding our altitude, so let's set this for 3,000 now. Just so it's ready by the time we make our turn. Which that's our turn right there. Now let's begin a nice little descent here. And the goal is to get to 3,000 feet by Nesby. Actually, that's plenty of... Yeah, we'll be fine at like 1,100 feet per minute. Good to know. Oh man, I way overshot that. Part of me wants to like redirect to that, but I'm not going to worry about it. The plane's just going to do what it's going to do. Or you know what? Let's just do it so it's not swaying back and forth. And we'll keep 210 knots for now. But before we get to Nesby, we're going to slow down to about 180. I do have visual of the airfield, which is good. Oops. And we'll do our before landing checklist now. So flight attendants, be prepared for landing. Passenger signs are on, they never came off because of the short flight. Arm the thrust reversers. That's really important. Landing gear and slats and flaps. That will be as necessary. And we're just going to be holding 210 for a while. Actually, we can even slow this to descent rate to a nice even 1,000. We like even numbers. Well, I do at least. Should actually heading sync just to be on the safe side. Okay, so far, not really much turbulence to report, but the PIREPs around were saying low-level wind shear pretty close to the ground. Had a PA-28 report, plus or minus 10 knots. But that has actually since disappeared. Up in Lansing, we have light to moderate turbulence at 2,000, which is not too far away. So, yeah, again, we'll just keep an eye on things. You know what I think I will do is I think I will do the proper intercept. So once we cross over Nesby, we're going to descend down to 2,000 and intercept the glide slope there. I think a lot of the approach problems that I'm having with this aircraft just has to do with maybe you need to arm approach mode at that proper intercept altitude, so we're going to try it, see if it wants to behave a little bit better. Did I ever get rid of the spoilers? No, I didn't. I'm actually dumb. And it said so on the screen the whole time. Single pilot resource management. It's a great time. Okay, I do have someone behind me lining up for the right side.
14, we're at 6,000 feet. We're accepting the ILS runway 220, correction, 21 left. And we'll be joining the visual approach here. Expecting touchdown time 0242.
You're on 21, okay. Detroit traffic Skywest 3599 is 2 miles from Nesby. We are intercepting the localizer for 21 left. We'll keep the speed up for you, Detroit.
I'll be in sight. We'll keep visual separation from Delta 1014.
Cool. Alright. So we have a guy who's actually paying attention. Nice. Love to hear it. So we're just going to keep the speed up a little bit, just so we don't get in his way. I was within 15 miles of the airport, so I should have kind of like, you know, transferred over to 1350, but it's fine. It's okay. So we're going to go down to 2,000, and then when we level off, we're going to drop down to 180 knots. And then we're going to do our best to expedite our exit off of the runway. We're going to have quite a taxi. That's going to be a good time. Alright, so we're coming up on 2,000 feet. I'm actually going to heading sync and arm heading mode, and then arm the approach mode as well. Oh, you know what I should have done was switch the nav source. That would have been a smart move. Alright, flaps are going to 1. Gears getting dropped. Detroit traffic, SkyWest 3599, 4-mile final, runway 21 left, Detroit. Okay. Just doing a little bit of bobbing for that glide slope. We'll do flaps 8. And we're not going to slow down too crazy. I'm going to check the VREF speed. 144, so don't go below 144. Gotcha. Flaps are going to drop pretty rapidly here. And I don't believe my autopilot disconnect works on this plane for some reason. Flaps 30. Okay, and we'll keep our speed right about there. As best as we can. We're on glide slope, we're on localizer. Now I am actually getting a little bit of turbulence here, nothing crazy. We have 3 greens, flaps are 30.
500. 400.
Okay, so the autopilot disengage actually did work, it just didn't do the sound. Oh, don't want to get that sync rate warning. Oops.
200.
We're a little low, so let's get our throttle back.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Nice and easy. 115, 1.05 Gs. That's actually a really good landing. Alright. Stay on that center line. Ease the nose down. Two in reverse. I saw it but didn't call it out like a bad pilot. Alright, we're expediting our exit off the runway, slowing down in the process. Let's go ahead and dump some flaps. And then we're going to stop once we're off of the runway.
Detroit traffic, Delta 754, heavy salvage on the ILS, runway 21 left, via cover.
Detroit traffic, SkyWest 3599 is clear of runway 21 left, Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit traffic, Delta 1014, we're 3 miles final, visual approach, runway 21 left.
Okay, let's check the airport diagram here and taxi yourself to whatever gate we do so, please. So it looks like we're going to have to go on Whiskey, Papa 3, and Foxtrot, alright. And Detroit traffic, SkyWest 3599 is taking Whiskey, Papa 3, Foxtrot uniform to the terminal, Detroit. Alright, so we're going to keep that up because that's a little bit of a complex taxi route. And we'll do our after landing checklist. So flaps are up, lights. We'll go ahead and turn the probe heats off. Get just the taxi lights going, strobes are off, wing inspection lights are off. Okay, transponder's fine, APU will turn on.
Detroit traffic Delta 1005, 12,000, left downwind for 1 left to Alice approach. Detroit.
And the APU starting, sweet. So if I'm not mistaken, Papa 3 is going to be our first left. Good. Alright, let's see what this guy can do, if we can see it well enough. Delta 784, what are you? An A340, nice. Okay, nice. Nice flare. Ooh. Beautiful touchdown.
Thank you.
Alright, so we're making a left here on Papa 3, and then we're going to have to cross 2 on right.
4675 is just pushed off of Bravo 4 and going to be joining Yankee taxiing to left Detroit.
Could be realistic about this and park at the proper gate, but do I want to? Yeah, might as well see where they go. Or at least where they went last. 35, 99.
Detroit traffic Delta 1014, we're down and clear. 21 lawfully taxiing
Okay, Charlie 15.
Juliet to the apron. Charlie 74.
Charlie 15
Correction off 74.
is on this side. Okay. Have an idea of where it is. Detroit traffic, Skywest 3599 is crossing 2-1 right on Papa 3, Detroit. Strobes on as well. There we go. Oops. Looking all in the wrong directions. Clear right, clear left. Keep the speed up over there.
Detroit traffic Delta 754 heavy is final runway 21 left.
Detroit traffic, Skywest 3599, clear of all runways, taking Foxtrot uniform to the terminal, Detroit. Okay, so we're going across here. The scenery's not up to date.
For final, 2 left, extended final of Detroit.
So Foxtrot, so we'll skip the first left and we'll take the second one to be on uniform. So skip that first one, and the second one's right up here. So a 115 on that landing rate. I'm actually very pleased with that one. And I avoided a sink rate warning. I saw my descent rate kind of push it a little bit. I was like, oh. But we fixed it. Alright, so we're going to skip the first left, and then we're actually going to make this left on Quebec over here, because we are going to Charlie 15. Which looks like it's in the smack dab middle. Oh, it's actually at the end on one of these squares. we'll turn on to Quebec, and then I'll see if I can find the gate chart and show you what I'm talking about. I'm just using extra caution. So there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the 5th square in. So it's just before the big. There's a little more extended part up here that we're gonna park at just before that. Now let's see if it gives it to us. Oh, it does. Look at that.
Runway 21 left, clear to land Delta 754 heavy.
Dude said cleared to land. CTAF. No one cleared you, Sonny. Alright, so Charlie 15.
Detroit Delta 1005, 10 miles forward, 21 left, Detroit.
I wish I had more scenery, or could afford more scenery. That would make finding this gate a lot easier. But I don't have any of that right now, so I'm actually looking for one of these gates right here. And I'm going to take a guess and say it's this one over here. At least I hope it is. Now, usually, you want to turn the taxi light off here so you don't blind the ground crew. However, I don't have scenery, and I can't see any lines or anything. Here's a line. So I don't really have a choice but to keep it on. The jet bridge is not lined up very well with that line. This is very strange. You know what? We're just gonna skip using the jet bridge, honestly. And we'll just park it right on here. Call that, turn the dome light on, get the lights off, good. Parking brake set. We'll turn the engines off. And then fasten seatbelt signs can come off. We'll do the shutdown check. Parking brake is set, seatbelts are off, thrust levers shut off. Yep, anti-ice. We did turn those off, good. Fuel pumps can go off, beacon is off, and nose wheel steering is off, and we are in a turnaround state. Alright, good. So now we can do the chocks. We'll open the door, but we'll just pretend like we're using stairs today instead of the jet bridge. We'll just say that the jet bridge is broken and out of service. Verify that the door is open. Yes, it is. Look at that. Alright. Nice. Alright.
Traffic Delta 754 heavy, clear up runway 21 left.
Well, there you have it. That is our flight from Buffalo, Niagara International to Detroit Wayne Metro. We are at gate Charlie 15, and it was my first flight in the CRJ in 2020 in a while, and overall, the performance was just better. I never got disconnected from VATSIM like I did playing 2024. The autopilot seemed to handle a little bit better, but maybe I just used it a little more correctly this time. That probably has a lot to do with it. But the landing was actually excellent. A couple of things that I missed and had to fix last minute, but, you know, single pilot stuff can be kind of difficult sometimes, so we'll chalk it up to that. But on a real note, great landing. 115 feet per minute, 1.05 Gs. We were getting bumped around just a little bit on short final there, but it was handled very well. It was probably the best landing I've had in the CRJ. You know, very recently, maybe even ever. It was pretty solid, so I'm happy with that. But anyway, yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're going to load up the PMDG 737-900ER. We'll turn the activity banner back on for you. And we are flying from Detroit to Minneapolis. And I'll go ahead and disconnect from vPilot real quick. What the? What did I just hit? Oh, you know what? Did I hit something on the EFB? I might have just accidentally hit something on the EFB. Oh well, at least the flight's over. Wow, that was... Ooh, that was extremely loud. Sorry about that. Okay. Anyway, 737-900ER from Detroit to Minneapolis. We're going to go to the Be Right Back screen, and we're going to load everything in and get it about ready to go. So bear with me while I set it all up, and we'll do leg number 2. So hang tight. Hope you enjoyed the first flight. Go do what you need to do, and we'll be back in somewhere around like 5 to 10 minutes. All right. So, I was definitely not expecting to hear that singing voice. I guess that's what you get for using non-copyrighted Christmas music. It's a little difficult to listen to, actually, not gonna lie. But I liked the instrumental song. That was good. But note to self, check it out first next time before you throw it on there. Anyway, we're back, and we're in the 737-900 ER extended range, which I actually have never flown before. So you are watching me fly this thing for the first time ever. Is there any real differences? No, except for one big one, and that would be the how long it is, so the potential for tail strike. So when we take off and we land, we're really going to have to watch our pitch attitude to make sure that we don't slam the tail on the ground. So we'll keep it in mind for that. Otherwise, everything else should be as it typically is. Okay. But we started, and I was going to start cold and dark, but me not having scenery and there being no lighting on default airports, I couldn't see anything, and I wanted to get the weights and all that loaded before we, started the second leg. So I wound up like managing to find the battery button, and I just got the APU started and not everything, just the APU started so we could get some power so I can turn that dome light on and we can actually see things. So we're going to be doing almost a cold and dark start, but the APU's already going and we already have power. So there's that. All right. Now we are in it. So video camera can come on. Activity banner is going to disappear for a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. All right, neato. So like I said, the APU is running. Before I do anything else, we're going to turn the nav modes on for the IRSs, and we're going to set this to status and see how long it takes to align, which we're looking at 0. That's weird. Okay. Let's do what I want to do first, and let's just get the panel lights on and everything, and I thought that it would take like oh, you know what? I think I forgot to set the IRS alignment to realistic. That's probably what's going on. Okay. Oh, you know what I should do? I almost forgot to sign into vPilot again. What am I doing? I am not on it right now. So we today are Delta 2203 service to Minneapolis. And we should get an auto ATC. Yep, there we go. Auto ATC is there. So yeah, I guess I forgot to set the IRSs to realistic alignment. Oh, you know what? Before we come here, actually, there are some panel lights down here that we need to take care of as well. And we're going to dim these screens down as well, because it is dark out there and I do prefer to see what I'm doing without being blinded. So we're just going to take care of all that real quick. Okay, turn these lights on. These screens down. And one thing I am excited for that I haven't gotten to do in a while is use my WinWing 737 FMC. So first things first, let's go ahead and set our IRS position since it's asking us to. We'll come down here. We'll go to the init reference page or return menu, and we'll go to FMC. Alright, so we're in the 737-900ER, that's correct. Engine rating 27K, that sounds about correct. The air act cycle is 2512, which is also correct. It is active until Christmas Day. Look at that. So yeah, we have up-to-date nav data, which is good. Our reference airport, we are sitting at Detroit Wayne. So we'll throw that, but we will pull the position from our GPS left. Copy that, go to previous page, set IRS position, so that's already set for us. And then we'll come back to the flight plan. We're going to get the aircraft properly set up first. So we're going to verify that all of our controls up here are closed and guarded. Lights are all extinguished. Alternate flaps are closed and guarded. This is off. That's good. Yaw damper can stay off until the the IRSs are actually aligned, so that should actually turn off. Yes, it does. Navigation, everything's normal. Switch to normal. That's good. Source is auto. Control panel is normal for the displays. Nice. We're gonna leave the fuel pumps off. I know everyone likes to do the forward fuel pump on for the APU, but I don't believe you actually have to do that. I got to see an actual 737-300, I believe it was. The pilot showed me how he started the APU and all that stuff, and he never turned on the fuel pump, so I don't think you have to do that, so we're going to skip it because the APU is actually working without it, so good. We're on APU gen 28 amps, so we're getting positive charge. That looks good. Our AC, everything is on. Love to see it. Battery's on and guarded. Standby power is off and disconnected. Battery disconnects are closed and guarded. APU generator I turned on before this portion of the stream started, so we're good there. EGT for the APU is looking normal. Love to see it. We have panel lights on. Equipment cooling is on the normal position. Emergency lights are armed and guarded. Good. Fasten seatbelt signs can come on as the passengers are boarded, if I can do it without zooming out. Let's test some sounds. Yep. There we go. Ground call works. Window heat can all come on. The probes do have an auto position on this particular aircraft, so we'll just make sure that that turns on automatically. As for like the other 800s that I have, they don't have an auto position. It's on or off. So we're going to make sure that that works. Treat it like a max. Anti-ice we don't need right now. We're actually not even going to need it on takeoff because the ceilings are still, well, there is no ceiling. It's a scattered layer at 25,000 feet. Oh, now it's few at 25,000, so we're very clear. We might want to be aware, though, because there is a line of very light precipitation kind of crossing Michigan, and that will likely be in our flight path, so we're just going to pay a little bit of extra attention to that once we get up in the air, but for now we're good. Hydraulic pumps, the electric pumps can stay off, engine pumps can remain on, that's fine. Cockpit voice recorder, light turns green, good. Cabin pressurization indicating 0, which is good because we're on the ground and not pressurized. Voice recorder auto, trim air is on, love it. We'll go ahead and make the passengers comfortable, why don't we? By turning the packs on and turning the APU bleed on. We'll get rid of the dual bleed, but at least we know that annunciator works. The temperatures can stay on auto. Cruise altitude today is 36,000. So we'll set our cabin pressurization to 36. And then going to our flight plan here, we are 842 is the field elevation at Minneapolis, so we'll do 850 if I don't go too high. Logo light can come on, and the nav lights are on so the ground crew knows we're powered. Oops, that was the wrong button. So we'll come up top here, we'll test the flap lights, good. IRS display is all looking good. IRS knobs are in nav mode. Dome lights on because we need it right now. Engine reversers are extinguished. EECs are on and guarded. Crew oxygen above 15. Passenger oxygen normal and guarded. Light extinguished. 3 greens for the landing gear up top here. Flight recorder normal and guarded. Mock airspeed test passed. And both stall warnings test as well. We'll come down here first. We'll test the throttle quadrant. Throttle is idle. Speed brakes up, flaps up. Parking brake we need to set. I always forget that. Stab trim is in the normal position. Okay, that's good. Test the fault and op. And then the fire test. Good. Then we'll test the extinguisher lights. Alright, 3 greens. Cool. Oops. Keep hitting the wrong button every time. Alright, so radio. We'll go ahead and tune into CTAF right off the bat and just listen around us, see if there's any traffic in the area. Okay, 13500. We'll get en route on standby now, just so I don't forget it later. Okay, 1228, good. Volume knobs are all looking good. ADF, we're not even going to use that, so I'm not worried about it. We'll do the cargo fire test. That looks good. The weather radar we can just leave where it is. Auto ATC did give us a squawk code, so we'll set our transponder 4163, and that does work on this plane. So we'll set that 4163. Alright, and then we'll put that into TARA already, since we're on VATSIM. Normally you would keep that on standby until you are ready for takeoff, but we're on VATSIM and they like it more when you have it on already. So as of right now, it's just me and one other guy at Detroit, and he is also at his gate, so we'll keep him in mind. Squawk code, transponder all set, trims are all set, that's good. Everything on the right side, audio panel's looking good. Stab trim is normal and guarded. Flight deck door is in op in this sim, so we're not even going to worry about it. But let's go ahead and check. Emergency landing gear extend is down and locked. Love to see that. So we'll come out of this view and we'll start running across here. ATC is still not online, so what we're going to do is I just realized that our route is actually putting us right through that line of precipitation, so I am actually going to worry about the cowl anti-ice on takeoff, but we'll do that on our before taxi check. But ATC is not online, so we're going to go straight to our cruise, which is flight level 360. And we'll set our climb speed to 180, although it shouldn't be long before I just flip it into VNAV and let the plane do its own thing. Okay, heading, we are departing from runway 21 right, so let's go ahead and throw 210 on the heading bug, and then we'll adjust the heading to the actual runway heading as necessary later on. Altimeter for Detroit is 2984, so let's set that. 2984 is set, good. And that's it for the autopilot panel right now. Cool. So let's test these lights. Good. Do the same on the other side. All three of them come on. Excellent. Hydraulic pressure, brake pressure, we'll check when we flip on the electric hydraulics. 3 greens for the landing gear, flaps up, auto brakes off, speed ref and N1 set to auto. Fuel flow rate, that's where we want it. Let's just run through the system page. Okay, it does give us a flight control check, which I guess on the real 737, not a lot of 737s actually have this. You can apparently tell by the feel, so. But since we're in a sim, we're just gonna have our flight control check here. So we'll go back to the engine page, and the gear lever's down. Everything looks good here. All right, I think now would be the time to go to FMC. However, first, let's go over here, and, oh, you know what? Let's load our data from SimBrief first off. Okay, we got that. That way we can go to the performance tool, and half of it's already loaded for us. And we're going to take, oh, if it wouldn't disappear on me, 21 right, there we go. Runway heading is 216, so since I have that, okay, excellent, we're just going to leave that there. Runway slope is 0.06, we'll make sure we add that. Runway condition is dry, I love it. Flap config optimum, yep. Anti-ice, we'll turn the engines for anti-ice, good. Weight we'll import from the aircraft. Weather, we'll import the weather. Winds are 200 at 13. Outside air, -1, 2984. Yep, that all goes good. Calculate. All right, flaps 5, 89.9. We are doing a D rate. Select temp is 49. All right, we'll keep that all in mind. Cool. So for the first thing we're going to do is put in the flight plan. So our departure is Detroit, and that's already loaded for us. From our position data, we are going to Minneapolis, St. Paul, KMSP. Our flight number today is Delta 2203. Okay, that's all good. We'll go to our departures, and we are flying a departure out of here. So our flight plan says we're doing the MIGI 3. So departure, MIGI 3, there we go. And we're taking off runway 21 right. And then our transition is going to be SLAP. That's a fun name. Go back to route, activate, execute. Go to the next page, and then we'll input all our information from there. So we're taking the Quebec 440 to Idiom, India, Delta, India, Oscar, Mike. And then Idiom, we'll execute that, is actually the transition into our arrival. So we're going to load up the Muscle 3. What runway does it have us landing here? I could just check the weather because I do know MSP's stuff here. 30 left. Verify that the winds favor that. Yes, they do. 290 at 19 gust 30. Oh man, we are due for some crazy winds on landing. All right, very, very good to know. Okay. So 30 left, which actually doesn't make any sense for direction of flight. So we're going to do 30 right, because that's what we should do. Idiom, and then we'll stick to vectors for now, and then we'll change it if necessary later on. Make sure that we have no discontinuities, which we have just one. Turtle, Sam's, execute. So we got rid of that discontinuity, which is good. All right, go back to the route page, and we'll do our performance init. And looking at our flight plan here, so first things first, 0 fuel weight. We are 128.9er. And then the gross weight matches 145.5. Yep, that does match. Good. Reserves, we're going to be doing 5.5. Cost index, they want us to do 39, so not big on saving money today, which is fine. Cruise altitude today is flight level 360. Top of climb winds we'll use for cruise, and we're looking at 260 at 76. Okay, transition altitude 18,000, perfect. We'll execute this profile, go to N1 limit, and I did already forget what the select temp was. Was it 48? 49, I was so close. So 49 for the select temp. We are doing a D rate, and that N1 set is fine for now. So we'll go to flaps 5, next page, CG trim. We'll copy and paste our CG. We're looking for a trim value of 4.45. So we'll come off of this view here, and we will try and set it for 4.45. Right about there. Okay, cool. And first, before we paste our V speeds, runway wind was a 200? Yeah, 200 at 13. So 200 at 13, and the runway slope was 0.06. Yep, 0.06. So 0.06 runway slope, good. And then we have a dry runway. Select temp is already 49, so that's good. So we'll verify that the V speeds match now. 142, 144, 150. Oh, they changed. Okay. So we'll just make sure the 142 is in V1, and then the 144 and 150 do also match, so that's good. So that's it for our takeoff page. Then let's just check our VNAV profile here. Let's see. Target climb speed is 317, Mach 0.796, which is okay. It's kind of fast, but we'll see. Target speed in cruise is 0.796. We'll see how close to overspeed that brings us, and I may change it manually. And then descent speed 0.798, again kind of fast, but 283, that seems a little more normal. Okay, so we have our flight plan loaded there. We're good to go there. Double check the departure here. So departure, we'll do the SID. We are on the MiGi 3. And our altitude restrictions, I always forget that. Okay, so at or below 7,000 by Lu, and then 11,000 at or below by, I want to say that's Theho. Okay. And then from there on we can climb out. Speed restriction, jet departures at or above 10,000, maintain 280 until advised by ATC. So we're going to maintain 250 until 10,000 feet, and then we're going to climb at 280 knots. ATC is not online, but I do like the 737 climbing at 280 anyway, so we're just going to do that. And we are taking off from runway 21 right, so on track across Corby, so we'll zoom in here. Oh, you know what? We're coming this way. So at or above 4,000 by Fords. So I was looking the wrong way the first time around. I'm glad I checked that. So Fords at or above 4,000, and then at or below 7,000 by Corby. And then Vesa at or above 15,000. Okay, so we only have one top altitude here at 7,000, and then we can continue our climb after we cross Corby when we're on our way to Vesa or Visa, however you want to say that. Top altitude for the departure is 7,000, and again, ATC's not online, so we're just going to go straight to cruise. So that looks good. Okay, let's load up the airport info. And I'm just want to locate 21 right, which is over here. So we're at this gate. So our best bet is going to be taking Juliet. I can't read that. Juliet Papa, and Papa takes us all the way to 21 right. Okay, so we'll make a right turn since we're at the bottom here. Just get right on Juliet and then Juliet Papa. Okay, makes sense to me. Love it. All right. So our FMC is set. Everything is good to go here. So let's go up top and we'll get ourselves ready for pushback. All right, so the yaw damper's on. That's good. We'll go ahead and turn on all of the fuel pumps, and I'm going to verify there's nothing in the center tank. There is not, so those pumps can remain off. We'll flip this to Gen 1 when we're ready to flip over to the engine generators. Seatbelt signs are on. Good. Window heats. We'll turn on the hydraulic pumps. The lights extinguish, and verify we get some pressure, which we do. That's in the green now. Excellent. We'll leave the packs on for now, and then when we're ready to start our engines, we'll shut those off. Come up top here. Everything looks a-okay. All right. So we are ready for a push. Here we go. So we'll go ahead and pre-plan it. And we're just gonna, we'll push like right here so we can stay technically in the knob movement area, like so. And then our parking brake is set. We're all good to go there. Everything looks solid to me. Shouldn't be too crazy of a departure out of here. Little bit of turbulence at low levels, but we're gonna climb out of it relatively quick. It was pretty smooth up at altitude. Even like 10,000 was pretty good, so I'm not worried there. But getting into Minneapolis, that's going to be a little intense, so let's get ready for that. So it looks like we're ready for push, so let's turn the anti-collision light off. And we'll come over here and we'll close the door. Oh, the door's already closed. Why? Why is the door already closed? I thought I opened it. Oh well. Relinquish the jetway, which you're probably going to see it. Gosh. These gates are a little messed up at this default airport. Oh my goodness. All right. We'll remove the chocks. And we'll just get out of that view. And we will request our pushback.
Cockpit to ground. This is ground. Stand by.
Headphones are coming on for comms.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is
traffic
removed.
Delta 1273.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift. Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
And that other Delta is departing. 1273.
We are cleared for start and push. Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
So no conflict for taxi. Brakes
Parking
released.
brakes are released. Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence. Yeah, we'll start in the sequence.
Alright, so again, we'll give it just a couple of feet to, you know, ensure clearance. Look at that jet bridge just go right through our aircraft. The placement on these parking spaces is wondrous. Alright, we'll come up here. We'll go ahead and turn our packs off. And we can turn the right ignition to ground. Looking for a rise in duct pressure, which we have there. Start valve is open, and N2 is rising right here. And real quick, we'll just listen to that. The lovely Boris audio works. Alright, 25% N2 right there. Introduce fuel. Once again, fixing my views.
Traffic Delta 1273.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Okay, gotta set the parking brake. Parking brake set.
Parking brake set. Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
And while I'm thinking about it, I might as well fix this as
Ground.
well.
You may disconnect. Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight. Holding position, waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
The problem is when I set these views, I got the wide ultra gear, the LG monitor, and so I only can guess where the borders are. But now that I can see it on OBS, now I can, you know, kind of fix the views a little bit so they look a little bit better. So forgive me for that. All right, so we should have a good engine 2 start. Yep, engine 2 is stable. Everything's good. Negative hot starts. Pressure's up. Oil temp is raised. Okay, cool. All right, repeat for the left side. Left ignition, look for the change in duct pressure, just like so. And N2 is rising there as well. Oh, even the bass, it's just amazing. At 25% N2. Actually curious what it sounds like out here. Oh, you even got bass outside too. Gosh, those sounds are fantastic. Alright, EGT is rising in normal, N2 is rising in normal, oil pressure's up, oil temp is up, still in the white. Very good. Actually, I could do this to see it better. Yep, oil temp looks normal. Alright, and engine 1 has stabilized. Alright, cool. So first thing we'll do is come across, just double check everything. Engine generators can come on. Looks good. 39 amps. Excellent. Positive charge. Love to see it. EPU can come off. The probe heats have turned on. I love it. Engine, we'll go ahead and flip the ignition switches to continuous, and then we'll get the engine anti-ice. Alright, both lights dim. Good. Hydraulics are good. We'll turn the packs on. ISOL valve to auto as well. And we'll get the engine bleeds on and the APU bleed off. Okay. Wing inspection light, we'll turn that on before takeoff. Everything's good up here. We'll turn this dome light off. Come down here. We'll flip our flight directors both on. Good. Flaps 5. Auto brakes RTO. And flight controls, we'll check by coming down here, looking up here. Alright, right's good. Left's good. Elevator's good. And the rudder full right, full left. Flight controls are free and correct. I'm going to verify that I'm still on this chart over here. Yes, I am. And once again, Juliet Papa. Good to know. Okay, flaps are 5. Auto brake RTO. Sweet. We are ready to taxi. Nice. Taxi light can come on. And I'm just going to look at this chart again, see how far down I got to go. So Quebec 1. So I'm going to make that first left turn up there, it looks like, and then I should be on Juliet. Okay, cool. Detroit traffic Delta 2203 is at gate Alpha 8. We're going to be taking Juliet Papa to runway 21 right, Detroit. Alright, let's get a move on, shall we? Alright, and Juliet should be this first left turn. Alright, and how far down? We got quite a bit of Juliet to go down. So, looks like we have a couple of left turns we're going to pass by. And then it's going to be our first left turn after nothing being on our left side. So that's a decent reference to go off of. And I do believe I only have to cross one runway. Yeah, Papa crosses 27 right, so we'll make sure we announce that crossing. Alright, so this left turn up here is Papa. Yeah. And this is interesting. There's a little split that... Okay, Papa's on the left side. Probably should have paid attention to that, but yeah. Papa continues on the left side.
Detroit traffic, Delta 2285, turning on to approach, video 21 left, Detroit traffic.
It looks like this is where you would de-ice over here. Yeah, de-ice pad. Okay. No need for that today. We are clear of contamination. Then once we pass the de-ice pad, curve on to the right, and then re-intercept Papa. And what do we have here? Another split? I think we have a scenery issue, folks. Yup, we have a scenery issue. So, alright, we're just going to take Pop at 3, and I guess we're going to just ride Mike all the way up. Okay. Detroit traffic, Delta 2203 is crossing 21 right on Papa 3, Detroit. I want to emphasize right so he doesn't think I'm crossing in front of him, and since we're crossing a runway, strobes and landing lights are all coming on. We're clear right, clear left. And then we're just going to make a right turn on Mike, which it looks like it's a hefty right turn. Sort of. Oh boy. Don't go off the taxiway, please. Thank you. Detroit traffic, Delta 2203 is clear of 21 right, taking Mike to 21 right, Detroit. Alright, back to normal. So yeah, who knows what time period the scenery data came from for Microsoft's default airports. Oh wait, ugh. Detroit traffic, Delta 2203 is crossing runway 27 right on Mike, Detroit. I doubt they ever use this runway unless it's like super windy, or maybe like smaller aircraft I bet use it. Little GA aircraft. And Detroit traffic, Delta 2203, clear of 27 right on Mike, taking Mike to runway 21 right, Detroit. Wild. So I wound up having to cross multiple runways because my scenery is off.
5 on final for runway 21 left, Detroit traffic.
Make this landing good, brother. alternate I did forget to check was what our alternate was. I bet you it's like St. Cloud. Oh no, alternate's Duluth. Okay. That's a distance. Well, currently no reports of wind shear at Minneapolis, so that's a good sign at least. Just a bunch of ceiling reports and other rather unimportant reports. Non-applicable, if you will. Alright, we're coming up on our departure runway. Alright, so we are going to arm our auto throttle. Our flight directors are turned on. Flaps are 5, brakes RTO. We are configured for takeoff. Alright, and before I take the runway, I'm going to pull the departure chart and just confirm when we turn. So once we... it doesn't really say. We'll just do what our FMC tells us to do. Okay, all our lights are on. Wing inspections can come on. Verify that anti-ice is on. Good, good, and good. All right. Detroit traffic, Delta 2203 is taking runway 21 right. We're departing northwestbound via the MIGI 3 departure, Detroit. All right. Clear left, clear right, and hopefully that guy over there holds short for us. Alright, this is the moment of truth. Am I skilled enough to avoid the tail strike? Alright, engines are 40%. Engine stable. Toga thrust. Alright, forward pressure on the nose. Cross check. Alright, 100 knots, take off that forward pressure.
V1, rotate.
Rotate. Nice and easy on the nose. We're not going to go too crazy. I think you have like up to 13 degrees, but we're just going to be safe. Gear up. Alright. Oof. A little sensitive on the controls. Very sensitive on the controls. Alright, and just for the sake of easy flying, we'll turn this on, and now is a good time to turn on VNav. That is the inner marker. No concerns there. Okay, flaps 1. And flaps up. Alright, gears up. Auto brakes coming off. Gear lever can get put in the off position as well. We'll zoom out on the range here for our map. Yeah, we'll keep it to 40 while we're on some tight turns on the departure. Okay, 250 knots is good. We want to be at or above 4,000, which we just achieved. And the aircraft is going to level off at 7,000.
Tree traffic Delta 7285 crossing runway 21 left. Tree.
Try and match the heading as best as possible, even though we're going to be turning very shortly. Right on. Alright, so 7,000 feet is coming up. And we're probably going to hold level there for a minute or two. And since ATC is not online, I think I'm going to skip that 280 knot speed restriction because I don't really need to. There's no one even close to me. So, no worries there. And while we're holding at 7,250 knots, beautifully, let's check out the city. What airport is that? That would be... that might actually be Ann Arbor. Okay. Either that or Detroit Willow. That might actually be Detroit Willow. Ann Arbor should be actually just off of our left side. I don't even know if we're going to be able to see it. No, it doesn't look like it. Alright, let's go back to a normal view because we should be climbing out of 7,000 just about now. There it is. Alright, engine gauges are all looking good, speed's looking good. Oh, you know what I did forget to do was hit this little button right here. Hey, there we go. Now we got all the info. Okay, and yep, we should be above 15,000 very easily by the time we cross Visa. Alright, 10,000 feet. Come up top here, landing lights off, taxi light off. Notify the flight attendants. And I will keep the anti-ice on for now because I can see sort of that precipitation I was seeing on the radar ahead. So we'll be cautious and keep ourselves clear of ice. You know what? I really don't like our cost index is going to have us climb really slowly, so I'm going to do a speed intervention, and I will keep it at 280, at least until we get a lot more altitude. Yeah, I definitely like that climb rate a lot better. And that's 18,000 feet. Altimeter to standard. Well, there you have it. Now we're in a nice easy climb. Turbulence actually wasn't all that bad on the climb. The bank was doing a little bit of funny wobbling, but I feel like that had more to do with the plane than it did the air outside, but not much turbulence. That was good. I think the cruise should be fine. Let's double check the PIREPs here. Low level wind shear outside of Milwaukee. That's about it. Oh, we do have a wind shear report out of Flint, Michigan. Lost gain of 10 knots on final, but it's under the wrong like picture icon, so it shows up as a nothing to report. That's weird. What do we have in Minneapolis? Loss of 10 knots on final for runway 32. That was at St. Paul. That was by a Citation Mustang. 800 feet. Wow, okay. Coming into Minneapolis, there seems to be nothing to report by an A321 or a Queen Air. And then a 717, nothing to report. So but because of the low-level wind shear report in Minneapolis, I am definitely going to be very cautious coming in. Probably going to come in a little bit hotter than my planned VREF speed. We got quite the wind correction angle here, about like a, do we call that? It's about a 10 degree? Yeah, it's about a 9 to 10 degree correction. Winds straight out of the west at 67 knots. Okay. Alright, so right now, Minneapolis, 7 minutes ago, winds are 290 at 12, gusts 23. Overcast at 2,200. Oh, okay. So we'll get a little IMC action going on the way there. Nice. The wind shear got taken off of the TAF, but I guess a loss of 10 knots doesn't really qualify. It's 15 or greater as far as I understand. But that's still not fun. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably add 10 knots to our VREF, and we'll come in at that speed just so we don't get that shear and stall. Oh, there's wind shear right there. Quite an aggressive amount too. I still love this waypoint slap. And I think once we get to... You know what I'm going to do? So I'm going to go into my FMC. I'm going to go to the climb page. And... I think because I'm on a speed intervention, I think that's what it's saying, because it was 0.796. But let's... At flight level 300, I'm going to come out of speed intervention. And we're going to climb. Why don't we just do this? We'll keep it here for now, actually. Like I said, at flight level 300, we'll change it. Alright, there's flight level 300, so now what I want to do is I'm just going to bump it up to Mach 0.72, and that's what we will use for the remainder of our climb. And then once we get level at 360, I'll turn off the speed intervention, and then we'll see, because our cruise is showing us 0.795. We'll see how close that brings us to the overspeed. And if I don't like it, I'll just alter the numbers myself so we don't, you know, play with fire. Because it's a pretty high speed, especially for the types of conditions that we're expecting to go through. And might as well get a solid wing view while we're finishing our climb over here. Oh, you know what? Actually, before I do that, we're well above any clouds now, so let's turn the engine anti-ice off. Okay, good. Ignition goes to auto. And then wing inspection lights can get turned off. And then let's see what kind of view that gives us. Yeah, a lot of stars because we're in a turn right now, but oh, okay. That's not the worst thing I've ever seen. I mean, it's pretty relatively realistic.
Metro traffic, Delta
Oh,
28.
I just realized I'm well beyond Detroit, so I should have been in route Unicom this whole time. I'm curious who that is. Oh, okay, it looks like... Oh yeah, there's one guy who came from Boston who is coming into Detroit, a A321. Nice. Nice view out there. You know what? For the purpose of the sim... Oops. That's the wrong button to hit. I am going to turn the wing inspection on, and I'll just keep it on. Because it really just gives you a better wing view. Oh, less than 1,000 to go. So you can actually see the wing. And what's nice is you can still actually see the ground outside, and it doesn't affect your visual of the world. Alright, so now we'll take off the speed intervention, and it's pretty close to the overspeed line, but there is still an acceptable gap. So we'll leave the cruise at Mach 0.79 or 6 as the VNAV and cost index want us to. But if we start running into some rough air, we'll back it off, slow down, and make it a little bit safer. Okay, we're at cruise, and we don't seem to be running into any turbulence. So for now, we can turn off the seatbelt signs. Our top of descent is still roughly 300 nautical miles away. So yeah, we'll turn off those seatbelt signs, and we'll just monitor for turbulence and adjust accordingly. Alright, well, there you have it. We are at a cruise altitude of flight level 360. Air is relatively smooth, so the seatbelt signs are off. Feel free to move about the cabin. Enjoy your view. We'll be in Minneapolis in about an hour or so. And, yeah, thanks for flying Air Tones. Even though we're flying as Delta right now. Alright, but yeah. Enjoy your view, and we'll monitor the turbulence situation, and I'll be around. really want to put on some non-copyright Christmas music on, but I'm afraid of the voices that we're going to hear. Let me see if I can find something good. Alright, this doesn't seem too bad, so let's try it.
see snack wrap? You broke the internet. For a snack. Snack wrap is back. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
So we are 80 nautical miles from the top of our descent, so what I'm going to do is set up for the approach. So let's go to arrival, and then of course the iPad does that whole thing. We're going to go to approach. We're doing the ILS for 30 right, so we'll pull that up. Actually, I'll just shut this music off for a second so I can think. And actually, we'll just cut the music. Why not? Alright, so the approach frequency, the localizer frequency is 110.7. So we're going to go and put that in the radio stack here. 1107. And we're of course putting that in on both sides. 1107. Okay. Good enough for me. And then the approach course is 301, which I should already know, but it's been a little bit. Give myself some credit. Okay. 301 on both sides. Like so. Okay, so we're coming down here, 301. We're intercepting the glide slope at 3,000 feet by Jacko. And then ILS minimums are 1072. So let's come over here and set the minimums to 1072. And the PMDG is a little bit better to scroll than the max. Alright, 1072. Sweet. Alright, airport elevation's 842. Touchdown zone elevation's 822. Okay. Minimum safe altitude, we are coming from the south side, so that's 2,800. We're not going to go below 3,000 anyway, so that's just fine. The missed approach is climbed to 1,300 on runway heading. And then, of course, after crossing 1,300, a climbing right turn to 3,000. Direct to the Gopher VOR and hold, and that's going to be the hold as published here. So the inbound leg is 117, so it's the 297 radial, and we're making left turns. Yep, that's non-standard. Okay, and then that's going to be a teardrop entry. Okay, so a teardrop entry, and then we'll hold there until advised further. It's very potential we could use this procedure, given the wind condition and the wind shear. Yeah, we'll just have to find out when we get there. But yep, we'll intercept at 3,000 and then intercept the glide slope at Jacko. And then our minimums again are 1072. And if we have to use a timer, we will be doing this at call it 160, and that'll be, no, we'll do it, yeah, 160 is probably the way to go. So 160, 231, and that's from Jacko to the missed approach point. Which is 0.2 DME from the localizer. Okay, I had to think about that for a second. Alright, minimum visibility is RVR of 4,000 feet or 3/4 mile visibility. We're well within that range. The METAR is showing overcast at 2,200, which is plenty, and visibility is 10 miles, so we are just fine on that end of things. Alright, next thing to do is come down here, go to the init ref, and we'll throw in our approach speed. So first things first is let's put our landing data into the performance tool, landing and route. We're doing 30 right, like so. Import the aircraft details. We are just going to keep the engine anti-ice on because the clouds are low and I don't want to go and switch them off like short final. So we'll just do that for now. Auto brake 3 is just fine. We'll do that. reverser config, no credit. Yep, that's good. Safety buffer. Winds right now are 300 at 13. Outside air temperature is 3. Oh, it's a little bit above freezing. That's interesting. Altimeter's 29 or 77. So we'll calculate. VREF is looking to be 143. I'm going to add 10 knots to that given the possible wind shear conditions. Required landing distance is 5427. This runway is about 10,000 feet long, so I have no worries whatsoever on that. So we're going to do a flap 30. And we're going to do 153 knots on our VREF, just to be safe. And so now we have our approach course, we have our ILS frequencies, we have our minimums, and we have our VREF set, and our landing calculations are set as well. Excellent. Now we're just going to go to the Muscle 3 arrival and pay some attention to that. So descend via Mach number until intercepting 280, and then we're going to do 280 knots until otherwise prescribed on the chart. So it's been pretty smooth up here, which is good. But I will turn the seatbelt signs on about 20 minutes before we begin descending, just to be safe. Because I have a feeling it's going to get a little bit rougher as we get lower. And then from there, come in and land. Now, usually I begin my descent a little bit early, but on this particular arrival, on the Killer 3 and the Muscle 3, the descent distance is actually pretty great. So if I were to descend early like I normally do in the 7.3, and the reason that I do that is so the autopilot maintains the speeds a little bit better and can slow down, because it doesn't like to slow down. But this arrival is, the descent is so, what do you say, shallow, that I don't really have to worry that much about slowing down. So I'm not going to begin our descent until we're about 10 miles from our TOD, because every single time you descend early on these particular arrivals into MSP, you wind up leveling off, and for a little bit of time too before you descend down further. And heading sync as always. And these winds turned a little, more northerly. So now they're out of 308 at 73 knots. Alright, close enough for me. So seatbelt signs are coming on because, as I said, we might be expecting some rough conditions on the way down, especially as we're landing. So to be on the safer side, we'll get everyone in their seats. That way no one goes flying in the back and I have to report injuries upon landing. And then about 10 miles out, we will begin our descent. Alright, so we'll set the altitude bug to the first floor of flight level 240, but not too long after we begin our descent, we're going to be dropping down to a floor of 220. Alright, let's come down here, go to our descent page, descend now, execute. And we have begun our way down to Minneapolis. Right, and we already crossed Camaro. So our next floor is flight level 220. So now we'll put that in. And the one after that I believe is 17,000. Yep, 17,000, then 12. And we're actually already intercepting our VNAV profile. That's pretty good. Except it's gonna... Oh no, we have to go back to... Okay. I thought it was gonna have us at 220 before we hit the next waypoint, but I'm just forgetting that the plane likes to bob up and down until it figures out what it is it's actually doing. Alright, so unfortunately, Minneapolis Tower was online, but they signed off. So, no ATC coming into Minneapolis. However, we will get CTAF on standby, which is 126.7. That way we're ready to go to communicate our intentions when we get within 15 miles. Okay, so we'll definitely be above flight level 220 crossing German. Excuse me. Oh, we crossed over German. We can drop our floor to 17,000. Aircraft's doing a relatively decent job maintaining 280 knots. It's about 5 below, but whatever. You know what I do want to do though is now that we're in the descent, we're starting to get lower. So we're going to turn ignition to continuous, and we are going to pull on the engine anti-ice because we are expecting clouds on the way down. One thing I should check is the altimeter for Minneapolis because we're coming up on 18,000. 2977. Alright, 18,000. Altimeter's coming out, excuse me, out of standard. Notify the flight attendants of final descent. And camera's coming up. Alright. Oh. Oops. I almost forgot to drop the floor again. Yikes. Oh, that could have been bad. That is bad. I did it too late. Okay. Well, we'll remember for next time. We are going to Lakeland and then Croy. So 8,000 is going to be our next floor after this next waypoint. Pay a little more attention to that. Re-intercept our VNAV profile here. There we are. Got like an eyelash or something. A little bit better. Hope. Either that was a change in the simulator's wind data, or that was the wind shear starting to show its ugly face. Nope, I thought I got it, but I don't think so. Okay. Alright, we're crossing over. Okay, now we can drop the floor to 8,000. Oh, wow. My FMC was telling me that the anti-ice is on above 10 degrees, and I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? We are currently in a temperature inversion. And so at this altitude, it's actually 12 degrees above freezing. Whereas on the surface, it's 3. No wonder where that wind shear is coming from. That's making more sense now. So yep, temperature inversion, and we're getting warmer as we go down, but the temperature on the surface was 3. Yeah, it's 3. So we're gonna go back down once we get lower. Yep, there we go. Now it's starting to lower again. Okay. Coming up on 10,000, so the landing lights will all come on. We're going to... One last verification that ATC is no longer online. They are not. So we'll just turn the taxi light on and essentially clear ourselves to land, I guess. Did I not? Oh, for a second I thought my strobes weren't on. Tripping myself out. So yeah, the air is unstable, clearly. For it to be 3 degrees Celsius on the surface and 13 degrees Celsius at like 13,000 feet, yeah. I'm getting the message again, but it's fine because we're descending again, and then we're going to be back down below 10. Oh, you know what? We can drop this down to 7,000. Oh, way too much. There we go. And it's not gonna do it. Crap. Alright, fixing it. Wholly unnecessary descent rate though. Oh, it's getting warm again. Plus 13. That's actually wild. Okay. So we're going to want to slow down to 230 by the time we get to Croy. So let's use some speed brakes to assist us in that one, since this plane wanted to dive bomb a little bit. And I'm comfortable getting off of the arrival now. Go back to the ILS chart here. And Sam's is 4,000, Jacko is 3,000. Okay. So, since I remembered this time, we'll just go ahead and switch ourselves to Minneapolis CTAF. And we now can go down to 4,000. So I'll let the VNAV do its thing. Might pull back out the speed brakes real quick just to get us back down to 210. I do kind of see that we have a cloud layer underneath us. Probably can see it a little bit better from here. No.
Yep, shut at 259 or heavy. We are about 6 miles from getting on the island. Yep.
Okay, he's taking the left side. That's good. Oh, actually, there we go. Into the clouds. Good old IMC conditions. Actually, let's bring this down to 3,000 because I'm confident the VNAV is going to not exceed 4,000 on the descent when we cross over Sam's. Minneapolis traffic Delta 2203 is approaching Sam's inbound ILS 30 right, Minneapolis. So we got a heavy with us. What is he? An A350. Ooh, from Dublin. Man. He's been online for a while. Okay, we'll reduce this to 10. Then once we intercept that localizer, we will arm the approach mode. Now what we can do is start slowing down here. Oh, I actually already got the runway in sight. Just broke out. Nice. Okay, So that's armed. Approach mode's armed. Throw on command B with it.
2500.
2500 call out. Now, probably should start doing flaps. We're crossing Jacko, so gear's coming down. We'll do flaps 5. And let that slow us down a bit. Okay, 3 greens below, 3 greens up top. We'll go ahead and arm the speed brake. And PMDG tablet over there wants us to do auto brake 3, so I guess we'll do that. Okay, so speed brake's armed, good. We'll do flaps 15, reduce speed to 165. Minneapolis traffic, Delta 2203, 5 mile final, runway 30 right, Minneapolis. I feel like my push to talk is getting a little worn. Hope I don't have to replace that soon. Let's do 155, flaps 25, and 153, flaps 30. Okay, turbulence isn't horrible right now. A little bit of rocking, but nothing crazy.
1000.
So we're just going to be extra cautious. Okay, we'll disarm the auto throttle, and we'll take it by hand. Keep the speed at about 153 until we get like right over the runway. Oh, that's a frame drop and a half if I've ever seen one. Okay, we're looking pretty good. We're fully configured. Flaps 30.
500.
Which I thought I said already, but a little close for just transiting. Alright, we'll take it by hand. Oop. Oh, sensitivity was wild. Okay. Stuttering really actually doesn't help either.
Approaching minimum.
Okay, this might not be a ray landing by any
Minimum.
means. Continue.
300. 200.
Okay. Yeah, I might have to.
100.
Oh,
Sync rate.
yep, I knew that was gonna come.
We have traffic at
30. 20. 10.
Trying to get this smooth, but it's very come on before we exceed the okay. Whew. 188, not bad. 1.03 Gs. 2 in reverse. Wow, that was pretty tough. Okay, we'll take over manual braking, 60 knots, reversers are getting stowed. And it's not gonna, I don't get it. When I tap on the brakes, the auto brake should just disconnect with any manual input as far as I understand it, but it doesn't. I always have to either go max brake or just take the knob by hand. Okay, flaps are all coming up. Okay, let's just pull up the airport info. Minneapolis traffic, Delta 2203 is clear of runway 30 right. We are taking Charlie Bravo to gate Golf 2020, Minneapolis. Wow, I lost my train of thought for a second there. Okay, landing lights are coming off, strobes are coming off, engine ignition auto, anti-ice can come off. Did that in the wrong order, but whatever. We can start the APU. Going kind of quick here. Losing track. Well, it would appear that being disconnected from VATSIM is not actually a 2024 SIM issue. That's good to know. Maybe it's my internet, maybe it's just my computer unable to handle the scenery. I don't know. But it's good to know it's not the SIM itself. I'll have to keep that in mind for the future. Turning left on Bravo here. Okay, APU gen's available. We'll get the APU bleed on. We'll open up the ISOL valve. Engine bleeds can come off. Wow, that's actually wild. You know what I forgot to do was start the replay. No, another stream without the replay, and it's just because I'm an idiot. Dang. I wanted to see that too, because those controls were rough. So, for the CRJ, thanks to your Sim CFI working with Aerosoft, the sensitivity curves can be like straight line, and it's apparently really close to the real plane, and I think it handles very well. But I kept it on the same sensitivity settings as I do the CRJ, and I think that that's just too sensitive for the Boeing. It's just not, you know, in a Boeing you have to really, like, I mean, I don't know this for sure, I guess, but it's to my understanding that it's a heavy, you know, controlling aircraft, so you have to make some movements to get it really to respond. But this thing is responding like a light sport plane. It's kind of not what I would want to see, but oh well. And it made for a really floaty landing because I like moved a millimeter back and the nose went up like 5 degrees. So that wasn't the greatest of landings, but I didn't tail strike. I didn't tail strike. I'm counting that as a win. Big win. But the good thing is we have the scenery at this airport, so I can actually see what gate I'm going to, and there's enough lighting to where I don't have to use this bright taxi light to blind the ground crew. I'm really disappointed though. I really wanted to use that replay and I forgot it again. Positive amperage, positive charge from the APU, good. Okay, so what are we looking at here? G17, 19, okay, so 20 is on the corner over there. Oops, I hit the trim. We'll get rid of that for now. Yep, that's 20. Wait, which one's 20? So that's 18, that's 19, okay. Yeah, 20 is this one with all the baggage carts in the way. So I guess we're just gonna run all those over. What do they say? Screw it, we ball. Okay, taxi light's coming off. Oh, you know what? Is that the line right there? Maybe I shouldn't turn the taxi light off. Oh yeah, that is the line right there. We'll just get recentered here. Like so. And you know what? There is a 737 line, it seems. So, hey, look at that. I was actually on the line. And it looks like the second one is the 737. Right there. Nice. Alright. So, parking brake can be set. There we go. I couldn't find it for a second. Engines are getting shut off. We're below 20% N1, so the beacon can come off. Seatbelt signs can come off. And everything looks exactly how it should. Fuel pumps off. Window heat off. Electric hydraulic pumps can come off. And we are in a turnaround state. Alright, let's go ahead to our FMC. Get some ground services, set the chocks, get that jetway over here. See if we can see it pulling up from the window. Yeah, we'd be able to see it once it was attached. Like so. And this time we'll actually open the door. And there we go, everyone can walk out of the airplane, and now we'll throw ourselves in the back of the airplane and pretend like we have to wait 20 minutes for the whole front of the airplane to deboard. Man. Well, there you have it. A nice 2 planes in 1 stream. Lovely little short hop in the CRJ from Buffalo to Detroit, and then the 737-900 for the first time ever. Detroit to Minneapolis. And it was actually a pretty good flight, and we didn't seem to run into wind shear or anything on final. Just some control sensitivity issues like in the sim. We got disconnected from VATSIM on our taxi to the gate, so I have a feeling that maybe graphics or something is kind of messing with my computer's ability to handle like streaming and VATSIM and all that thing at the same time. But it's good to know that it's not a 2024 issue. Yeah, if I didn't have those control sensitivity issues, I bet you that would have been a nice landing. That sync rate warning was definitely because of the sensitivity. Alright, so let's get a good angle here. Well, there you have it. Alright. So there it is. It feels pretty good to stream again. I don't know when I'll be able to stream again, but I'm really hoping that I'll get to do so before the holidays, because I like the holidays. I like showing off my tree and my holiday spirit. Yeah, next time, not sure what I'll want to fly and in what sim. The PMDG is releasing the 737 for 2024 very, very soon. So I have a feeling that that is going to be what I stream. We'll see if it all works. But yeah, not too bad. I'm very happy with today's flights. The landing in the CRJ was really, really nice. A nice smooth landing rate. Even with the control sensitivity issues on short final there with the 7.3, I managed to turn it into a decent landing. A little bit off center line. That could have been better, but you do with what you can. Yeah. Lots of fun. I love this stuff, and I love when people get to enjoy it with me. So thank you, Mushy, for joining and checking out the beginning of my stream and watching me fly the CRJ. Thank you for being subscribed. Thank you to anyone who may have tuned in throughout the live stream or is watching it later. Again, I'm hoping to stream one more time before the holidays, but if I don't get to, I wish you all a very, very happy holidays, whatever you celebrate, and spend some time with your family, have good times, good laughs, and yeah, just enjoy it, because I do. So anyway, good night to you all, or good day wherever it is, whatever it is. I'm getting tired, so my speech is falling apart. So I'm just going to end it here. Everyone take care of themselves. Happy holidays. Hopefully I get to see you before the holidays end. All right. And as always, we'll see you.